We'll try this
There we
again.
go.
Are the mics on? I misunderstood the red button and the green button for on and off.
Thank you. I have additions for the agenda, please. Item 10.1, a motion to bring the census, sorry, it's the census is the topic, and we would be bringing forward a motion to cancel the project. We have items 15.1, ICSC travel for the mayor, and item 15.2, RMRF legal for the mayor. It's a conference, a day-long conference. And then for Councillor Nielsen, adding to the closed session under section 17.
Okay, first I'll call for 10.1 census. Those in favor? Carried. 15.1, the ICSC travel for Mayor Gandam. Those in favor? Carried. 15.2, RMF legal, also conference for the mayor. Those in favor? Carried. And then 17, a additional closed session item. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. So to the motion approving the regular meeting agenda as amended, those in favor? Carried. Excellent. We will move on to adoption of the minutes, please. Councillor Blatz.
I move that council adopts the regular council meeting minutes for December 9th, 2024 as presented.
Any errors, omissions, additions? Seeing none, those in favor? Carried. Okay, we will move right into our delegations, please. Damien, thank you, and breaking the chains.
Hello?
Hello? Yeah, whenever you're ready, sir.
How does it get put up on the screen?
I believe, Jessica, do you have the PowerPoint? Yeah, just give us a
Thank you.
second. How was your Happy New Year?
Happy New Year.
How was
Happy
your
New Year.
holidays?
It was good.
Good.
It was good. I hope everybody had safe holidays and good holidays. And I am Damian Jones, Executive Director, Breaking the Chains, and I'm here for an update and a proposal. So I'll get right into it to the next slide with the program update and summary. So since our first session in March 2024, Breaking the Chains has grown into a vital program that fosters healing, empowerment, and cultural reconnections. Through traditional Indigenous practices, educational sessions, and community collaborations, we have created a space where individuals can find hope and build healthier lives. March 24 to December 19th, 2024, we saw 246 participants and held 46 sessions. We had 5 community volunteers, 4 voluntary staff, 3 special guests, 2 organizational seminars, and through 1 community festival. We have invested over $10,000 of personal contributions from staff and volunteers to cover session costs and program essentials, including donated venue space rental costs. This commitment underscores our dedication to this work and highlights the impact your support can have in helping us reach our full potential. Our annual budget of $125,000 reflects the resources required to run this program full-time, providing consistent and meaningful support to participants. While we've made incredible strides, additional funding is crucial to sustain and expand our programming. Next slide, please. Program successes. Bridging the Gap Festival. We had our first annual event, community event, showcasing the value of cultural connection, healing practices, and the resilience of our participants. Social media engagements. Our posts have sparked meaningful conversations and reached a broader audience, creating awareness and inviting support. Our top post to this date is 13,057 views, 1,964 reach, and 150 interactions, and all those interactions were good. Organizational involvement. Coalition members and resource agencies. Collaboration with local organizations have helped us address participants' needs, including access to IDs, housing, and healthcare. With Wetaskiwin Grappling Academy, sorry Travis, it's supposed to say academy there, providing exercise and education sessions promoting physical wellness and discipline. These designs hosted dream-catching building workshops connecting participants to traditional art and cultural expressions. Peace and Love and Energy led access bar healing sessions offering grounding and emotional clarity. Starting in January 25th, we'll be hosting monthly sweat lodge ceremonies, fostering cultural reconnection and spiritual growth. More program successes that we've had since even putting this up is the launch of our website, breakingthechains.ca. There you can view events and also resource lists that also hosts a lot of in-town resources like Open Doors, FCSS, so you get all those links, so we're building a community there as well. Also a collaboration with Lionheart Wellness. It's a wholeness wellness center that's outside of Edmonton on 300 acres, and so far we've had 8 applications put into them, and Samson Health and Wellness is helping us with getting funding for these participants, and we've actually have 3 that are approved right now to go. Next slide, please. So SWOT analysis, our strengths, trust and relatability. Our team's lived experiences foster strengths, connections with participants. I think this has been our biggest strength so far within our program. That's built the biggest success to help get people through our doors. Community support and engagement, collaborations with local organizations and active social media presence demonstrates high level of community buy-in. Volunteer involvement, dedicated volunteers who contribute their time, energy, and expertise. So the weaknesses, limited funding. Being registered in August 2024, we missed many funding opportunities and deadlines. Minimal resources, restricted supplies and funding limited our ability to run full-time programming and expand activities. Operational strain. Current funding levels do not allow the optimal efficiency or program evolution to meet participants' needs. Opportunities. Full-time programming. Expanding to Monday to Friday sessions allow us to reach more participants consistently. This was actually proven. We did go to full-time starting January 7th, and we did see the most. On Thursday was our most participants involved, with 18 people showing up just that day alone. Membership and activities. Introducing more diverse activities and one-on-one mentorship opportunities. Data collection. Capturing participants' feedback and outcomes in real time to improve trust and address social needs more effectively. Our threats. Program closure. Without adequate funding, we risk shutting down operations, and this is our reality right now. Organizational strain. Limited resource and lack of collaboration can lead to burnout and mistrust amongst our participants. So our proposal, to ensure the continued success and growth of Breaking the Chains, we are requesting a $30,000 sponsorship or $25,000 per month for 12 months, or $2,500 per month for 12 months. This funding will directly contribute to our $125,000 annual budget, enabling us to expand the program full-time, offering sessions Monday to Friday, 11 to 3 p.m., providing essential supplies and materials for cultural activities and workshops, supporting staffing and volunteer needs to ensure program sustainability, covering operational costs including facility use, participant outreach, and community events. Next slide, please. This is just an overview of the whole $125,000 budget. So we're looking at wages, rent and facility, programs, supplies and materials, indigenous ceremonies and practices, food and participant support, community engagement and marketing, as well as administrative costs. You can go to the next slide. Our commitment and gratitude. We deeply appreciate the support that we have already received from the City of Wetaskiwin and other contributors. Your trust and partnership have allowed us to make an incredible impact in a short amount of time. While we've missed significant funding opportunities due to our late registration, we are actively pursuing other avenues for financial stability, including applying for charitable status to unlock additional grant opportunities, organizing fundraisers and fundraising events and initiatives, expanding our sponsorship base with other community-minded partners. Your sponsorship will not only help us maintain current operations, but also position us for long-term success and sustainability. Together, we can continue to break the chains, build bridges, and create a brighter future for our participants and community. Thank you. Your consideration for this proposal, your support is very important to us, the individuals whose lives we touch every day. Together we can make a profound difference. Let's keep building, healing, and thriving together. Thank you, and this concludes my comments.
Thank you. Looking for a motion to approve this information. Councillor Nielsen.
I move the council accept the presentation from Breaking the Chains as information. I have a number of questions.
Perfect.
First and foremost, Damien, thank you very much to you and your various volunteers for the work you're doing in our community. It is appreciated.
Thank you.
I've got 5 questions here for you, so bear with me.
Okay.
Are you in discussions with or in collaboration with Hope Mission to ensure you are not duplicating program offerings?
Yes, we are. That was from the very beginning. We sat down with Hope Mission and other organizations that are listed in the coalition on the website, just to make sure we're not stepping on any or overstepping and duplicating, and that we're all able to make this work together.
And so as Hope Mission gets into a permanent facility and ends up offering program, where do you see your organization fitting into that?
We would continue doing what we were doing. There might be further discussions of bringing some programming into the new facility, but there's also additional risks to that as well, of having people in there, and it's good to get them out of the environment.
Thank you. You mentioned, I was going to talk about what are your goals for the programming, but you've indicated individuals can find hope and build healthier lives. I'm assuming those are the goals for the program. So my question as a former teacher, how do you measure the success of your programming?
What are my KPIs?
Sure.
Yeah. Attendance is one. We do monitor who keeps coming forward. We monitor through our activities. We hold accountability activities. We set goals, SMART goals, and from there we see where participants are at. We judge the success by whether they keep coming back and the willingness to open up, the willingness to discuss their stories and talk. From there, that's all we can gauge from the limited time we've been able to run. The more moving into it, the more we're able to put those KPIs down of attendance and their engagement, their involvement, what other programs they're going to attend from ours, and that's what we'll be looking at.
Thank you. Your proposal is requesting $30,000 to cover operational costs, and one of those costs was $75,000 for wages. Do you know off the top of your head what was spent last year in wages?
There was none. We have not received any wages so far.
How many people do you foresee receiving wages out of that $75,000?
So far there's 3 of us. One is actively full-time, and that would be myself being an executive director full-time. Because we run 4 hours, we do have 3 other staff that are actually here. And with their situations, they're able to contribute without receiving a lot. So it's $75,000 for 4 staff is pretty good.
Thank you. How do you foresee your organization getting the additional $95,000 if the city were to support your request?
We do have some grants that have come into deadlines, and we are looking at sponsorships. We have been directed to certain grant opportunities and funding opportunities. It's just with the registrations being approved in August, we weren't able to. So those things are coming in light now, within the next 2 or 3 months, where we can actually start applying for things in the next month. So I'm just confident enough that, and with the directions that we've been led and the support we've been given, that we're just waiting for a lot of those to open up. So that's why we're not trying to put a lot in one plate.
So for clarification, have you applied for other grants?
Yes.
Or you're waiting for opportunities to apply for
No,
grants?
we have applied for other grants, but the bulk of the grants that we were suggested to go to are opening up in the next month or 2. But we have actively applied for grants right now.
Thank you, you've asked all my questions.
Councillor Platts.
Thank you. I also have a few questions as well, but thank you guys, as always, for all the work that you guys do. We're really fortunate to have you guys in the community, so I love hearing the updates and being a part of your email list and seeing in live time like how much is going on that you guys do. But one of the questions I have is, you mentioned that there's going to be sweat lodge ceremonies. Where will they be held? Because I'm going to assume they're not going to be inside waterworks.
No, they're in Sampson. Originally, we had reached out to an elder, and we just recently we're switching to another person, but Levi Napus is going to be hosting our sweat on January 25th, and we have dedicated sweats every month going forward, opening up to participants and community if you want to be involved.
Excellent. And for the members of your group that are a part of the vulnerable population, how do you foresee transporting them to and from the sweat lodge ceremonies?
Yes, we are supplying transport.
Yeah, okay, perfect. How many men versus women are attending your programs?
Pardon?
How many men versus women do you see attending your programs? Like, is there more men than women, or do you think it's pretty equal?
No, there is more men than women.
Yeah.
I can't really put a number to it. Maybe 2 to 1.
Okay, yeah. And you mentioned that there's 246 unique individuals using programs. Is that unique individuals, or was that a running tally of people that have?
Sorry, that's overall attendance.
Oh,
That's
okay.
So this week, as we've been moving in and with the new tracker and going into full time, so we had 16 individuals from the shelter participate in the 4 days of this week, and that was 24 total. So some of them came multiple times, leaving 24 total attendance through 16 individual people.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what I was just trying to figure out, because when I saw the 246, I just wanted to be clear about what that meant. And you are now a registered nonprofit, correct?
Yes, we are.
So does that mean that people will receive tax receipts for donations if they donate to you?
Not until we're a charity.
Charity? Okay, cool. Good to know. And are you able to accept donations either way, though?
I think we're able to receive donations, just not able to give receipts.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you, through the chair. Damien, thank you for your presentation. City Council had taken away the community grants program for us to decide, and I'm wondering if you were directed at all to apply for the community grants.
I have, and we did receive community grants.
So you have received
We have
community
received
grants. So you're looking for more additional to the community?
Additional, yes. That was, I don't know if I'm allowed to even say what we received. Yeah. So we received 7,700 overall. You receive a certain portion of that, but there's stipulations on what you can use that for. So we've been able to allocate that into certain things to make sure that the program can continue running. But right now, a lot of our restraint is on the wages. If we're gonna run full time, it's hard to survive.
Thank you.
Councillor Bronco.
Thank you. I always have the hardest questions to ask. Your program is basically, from what you're telling us, is set for the Aboriginal people, not the citizens of Wetaskiwin.
It is set for everybody, but sorry.
But one, I'd like to know the percentage of the people, Aboriginal people versus the residents of Wetaskiwin, because if we're helping everybody, who are we helping the most? And you said you had 16 from the homeless shelters. Are you, I see you're competing with the homeless shelter. And my last question is, you have all these smudges. It seems like it's a one culture, from what you're explaining, from what I can understand. It seems like it's a one culture business. What happens if we have other residents of Wetaskiwin who are Christians, different denominations, whatever, but you're focusing on Aboriginal people, and you're asking the taxpayers of Wetaskiwin to pay a percentage of this, where we have outstanding outside of our community, Muscat cheese. How much would they be participating into this fundraiser?
Okay, so the first question is it just strictly an Aboriginal-based thing? We adapted to our clients' needs. Yes, a majority of them are Indigenous. So we adapted to the needs of that. We incorporated things that from my staff's journey have worked, and they seem to be working. It is welcome to everybody. Nobody's forced to do anything. These are the things we do. We do not center it around one type of religion or anything like that. So people can participate in these and do it in their own way. Hope Mission, are we competing? There's no competition there. We're collaborating with them. They're an emergency shelter. They don't have a lot of programming in-house, so we're going there to try to help with that. We're going there to try to help with communities, with the way they have addressed their concerns with people just hanging out outside. So we're just trying to offer a safe space for people to go. What was your third question, sorry?
No, good question. Well, the other one is, do you have documents to show where these, I shouldn't say these, where these clients come from? Are they from Wetaskiwin? They're from the surrounding area? Are they local? And the other question is about I think you explained it already, was the culture of doing so many, I'm sure
We open our doors right now. We don't get into asking so much. We allow them to open up to us. Whether they're in town or at the shelter, if they're at the shelter, we're going to give them the opportunity to come through, to hang out with us and understand who they are and build some trust. I think that one of the questions you asked was whether the reserves are doing anything. Well, I stated in the presentation that we're working with Lionheart, and Health and Wellness has been helping getting some of that funding to approve 3 of the applicants. This place is $7,500 a month, so 3 applicants, so they are looking and helping. And again, because we've only been able to run a certain amount of sessions, all we've been able to do is offer a safe space and see what that could lead into. And from there, it seems like the need was there to keep going.
So my last question, if people were to come from Leduc, Camrose, Ponoka, or Edmonton, is that, if you let them in or not, isn't that attracting more people to Wetaskiwin just because we get a free ride?
That's very outside looking in. Doesn't it give you an opportunity to look at what's going on from the inside out? That's what we've been able to do, is look at why is there trends? Why are people using the shelter so much? These are information we've been able to understand. It's just there's not a lot of questions or people asking us these things, right? But yeah, why not look at that obstacle as an opportunity? If people are coming here, they're coming here for some reason, but why? And if we're not allowing a safe space for them to open up, then we're not going to understand that. We're just going to keep,
I understand that, but understand my position. I don't know what my colleagues is, but I also represent the taxpayers of Wetaskiwin asking, why are we paying for donating money to facilities that housing outside residents?
we're not housing them.
Well, there will be here.
We're just
I'm
trying
sure.
to give a safe space so they're not just out in the public or in the freezing cold or bagging or stealing. We're giving them a safe place to come in and access resources from our town, from our
Thank
city.
Thank you. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Damien, for the presentation. I did spend some time at Breaking the Chains. One of my concerns with Hope Mission was the fact that they lacked any kind of Indigenous ceremonies. Breaking the Chains offers Indigenous ceremonies, but you're not forced to participate. If you choose not to, you can. You can opt out. So I found it a very safe, a very positive environment. People are there, they get a chance to have some food, and I saw people engaged, and they weren't all Indigenous people, and they were all from our community. I think that they're being supportive as opposed to being competitive with Hope Mission, and just watching and listening and participating in that whole session was most interesting, and I found it very supportive, and I support what you're doing, Damien, and your volunteers, your unpaid volunteers who are there for support. The day I was there was a local person who provided massages for anybody who wanted a massage, just to relax them. So it was it's a very calming, as I say, safe and secure environment. And you did have that one TikTok that went live about the gentleman who played the piano, and then the next time he played the guitar, and the individual had never spoken to anybody, but was just there as an individual. And then all of a sudden they take a break, and this person starts to play the piano played it very well. So anyway, I'm not sure about the money, but I really think we need to support Breaking the Chains, as they are providing another service to people who are looking for some assistance. Thank you.
Anything else? So I have a few comments and questions, but I'm going to start with the comment that I hope all of you know that I respect and champion your project, and I think you guys are doing great work, so thank you. My first question is, do you have a board of directors?
And I apologize through the chair to council. I noticed I should be saying this. I apologize. Yes, we do have a board of council.
Yeah. How many are on your board?
5.
5. And are they your staff members as well?
Some are our staff and some are not.
And what is your board year? Sorry, I'm the nonprofit. Your board year, how is it? January to
It'd be
December?
August. August, when we were registered officially, we held our first.
So you will be having an AGM this August?
Yes.
Perfect. How do I become a member?
You just come to the AGM.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
My next question is on your funding proposal. And I would like to understand, are you looking for 1 year seed money while you get yourself sort of up and going and able to apply for these grants, or are you looking for an ongoing agreement?
Right now, we're just, because of the direction that we've been led to, we understand kind of where we should be looking for funding. So right now, we're just kind of in an emergency of we need to get by until we're able to access that and apply for that funding. So yes, it's kind of just to get by until we can understand at the end of this year, by going to all the funding that we've been told to go to and stuff, how that all looks, right? So we've kind of just been flying by the
Yep.
flying by, so.
And that's where, that was part of the question, is this going to be a continual ask, or is it that emergency seed money? So then my next question, sort of backing onto that one, onto your answer, is I'm understanding that you're looking for something to help you this year.
Yes, yes. Depending where we are next year, it might be a totally different
Scenario. And then if you were not to receive, and excuse me, because I don't remember the full amount, if it was 30 or 35, but if you were to receive a portion of that, does that mean that the projects as you presented would not be able to go forward?
If we do not receive
If you were only to receive a portion?
a portion, yeah, that's hard to say. We're fighting. We're fighting, so I'm continuously trying to provide what we promise, and that's helps with the trust and relatability. We know that it's going to cost $9,000 to run this full-time a month. So if I can get to $9,000 a month, I can keep this thing operational. It's down more because we have received a grant, so we have allocated portion of that relieves it down our monthly. So yeah, it just depends how much we do acquire and how far that can push us to go. And we're going to keep going. We're going to keep going until I absolutely have no choice.
Yeah. Thank you. I promise there's only a few more. When you're applying for grants, are they matching grants? i.e. some are and some are not?
And the problem is too, is some are like time limited, where they're saying like for provincial, you have to be operational for 2 years or a year, so.
And are they grants that are allowing for wages? And they are. I was confused what you said about $300 a session with the Lion, sorry, can you?
300 acres.
300.
Yeah, it's a beautiful facility.
That's my
on
hearing aids.
300
I
acres.
apologize. And then just really quickly, and I hope this is an easier one for you, explain really the purpose of the day program, because I don't want to put words into your mouth.
It's been so evolving because as you just listen, that's what we evolve in. But right now, our structure is we go to Hope Mission, we transport back, we have our smudge, we have our drumming, we have our song, we have a check-in, which is just how we feel. Let's touch into how we're feeling for the day. We do breath work, we do like a chakra aligning energy, which is just a lot of times it's just to be by yourself, like in your own for a bit. We serve lunch, and then we'll host an activity in the afternoon that holds accountability, agreements, connection with certain questions, and we build SMART goals through journaling. So all it is really opening up that space, and as participants are opening up with their experiences or where they're having problems with, then we can reach out to the organizations that we're like, oh, well, hey, this is where we need to go to help that. So it's just opening up a safe space for people to open up, and then using the resources and connections we've built to try to get help.
Okay, and Damien, I say this with pure respect. That's great for them. How does it help me, average citizen of Wetaskiwin?
One is there's a lot of, they're loitering and stealing and just hanging around, and that's where we're like, okay, well, is there any place for people to go? Because I'm sure it's just not what everybody wants to do, is go steal and hang out in the cold. So it was to offer that, to also help the community to get people off the streets and out of the stores, and also build up the organizations we have from what we learned to help them run more efficiently from an opposite perspective.
Excellent. Thank you. Councilor Branco.
Thank you. One question. On your staff, do you have anybody trained to look after stress, or anybody, or just volunteers, but do you have any trained people to look after what they need, don't need?
Through the chair to Councilor Bronco. Yes, actually, I have just received trauma coaching, informed coaching certificate. I know as far as my staff, some of my staff has also gone through Mankind Project with me, which, and goes through staffing which is a men's organization for men's support, which also deals with trauma. A lot of my staff has also gone through sobriety themselves or in sobriety themselves and gone through addictions. So they have a lot of real life experience. As we move forward, I'm hoping that is something we can put in and get more training and understand more, because it's been one of the most important lessons is to understand what we don't understand and being accepting of it and learn.
Councillor Nielsen.
Oh, the things you say just add so many more questions. Damien, could you tell me what your relationship is, your relationship as an organization, and maybe your participants' relationship, if there is one, with local RCMP?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, with local RCMP,
Right.
no, not really. I think it comes around the times. We had an incident where a young kid was shot and killed. There was rage around that. We hear trauma that comes out from there, but it's not all the time. So I think there is ways to improve relationships in there, but we don't hear there's not like a hatred or
No. And I guess what I was leading up to was, Councillor Aberley asked the question about benefits to the community. And part of our community is RCMP presence. And just as you're trying to inform the public what you're doing, I guess what I'm leading up to is, do the RCMP understand what you're doing and trying to do?
I have tried to reach out and make some relationships there. I have not got any emails back. So it's still a connection building there. We've had to focus, so we've built a lot of connections, and then we've had to focus internally, and then we're still connecting, and that is one of the relationships that we definitely need to have a connection with. Where we see that is in our reports, and also just being active. The door is open for anybody to come in and sit down, and that's kind of a way of building that connection.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question, I hope it's my last question. Help allay my fears. When this council gave authority for Hope Mission to come into our community, one of the promises from Hope Mission, as Councillor Elliott talked about, was programming for this disadvantaged population. And because of space and so forth, programming typically hasn't happened at Hope Mission. And your request here today is to find funding to help you continue your programming, which is in many ways what Hope Mission has committed to doing by going to a permanent facility in our community, which means programming is at their expense and not community residents' expense. And we're now in a situation where we're asking for community resources to provide programming services that Hope Mission is promising to do. And at some point, I guess I'm wondering, when would we pull back community resources, because those terms and conditions were promised by an agency out of their pocketbook?
Yes, through the chair to Councillor Nielsen. We have, like I said, we've kind of had talks about maybe going into the new facility, because I think they are looking at pulling in programming. Again, one of my concerns is the success of that in the environment. Some of those environments they're not easy to do that in because of the influences. People go in and they see you go through that door with those people, and when you come out, you have that pressure. There's people there that go, why'd you go in that door with them? What are you doing? You know, some people don't want to see people do better in those environments, and there's a lot of peer pressure, and as well as what we need to learn and why they don't want to be there as well. So there's a lot to take out of what you're asking in depth there. What I would on our suggestion is, like, yes, because they're not fully built and they're not bringing programming in, as it was said, maybe next year when they're built, we won't need to be looking for so much funding, because maybe that's an avenue that we'll be in, and we'll have a place there, and we'll be kind of partnering in that aspect. But for right now, I don't see that shelter completed in the next year.
No, and I
Yeah,
totally agree
so
with that statement.
we're just trying to make sure we have these things available right now.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. All right, seeing nothing else, thank you. And I'll ask those in favor is accepting this as information. Carried. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, just going to make sure we will start with a new 10.1, which is the census, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Administration, in anticipation of budget approval, had gone out and gotten quotes proactively for the census work. And when it came back, we realized that we were going to need to ask for additional funds. And that was the message that we had sent to council last week. We had some time to rethink this, and with the work that would be required on the staff in an election year, we're a little bit concerned about that. And so we're just looking for council to actually cancel this project. And then we will bring it back. The federal census is 2026, so we would bring it back for 2027.
Okay. It's my understanding we have a suggested motion. We're going to give that 1 second. Go ahead, Councillor Platts.
I move that council cancel the 2025 municipal census project.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, help me, or may I ask the process of how this all happened? We knew the election was happening this year anyway. When the tenders went out, what has changed today that when we talked about doing a census back then, what has changed that got us to today?
Sure. Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley. So when this project, it was just a project that actually came up during budget deliberations. And so we threw a number at it based on inflation and the last number that we knew when we got a legitimate quote. And when we put that out, and we didn't do a full RFP, but we put some feelers out to a couple of companies to get a quote on this. It came back from very, very little, like within budget, but we would have to have a lot of staff time, all the way up to, potentially triple our budget. The ability for someone to do it without a lot of internal help, which is what we were hoping for, is extremely costly. And so we could go forward with it, but we would need additional funds. And considering that there's 2 elections this year on top of ours, and we're competing with workers, and it just, the complexity of everything that's starting to come into the organization around elections and stuff, we just thought, as well for the community, that there's going to be some apathy with trying to participate in these types of things, and we were going to need the additional funds. The alternate motion is to approve the additional funds. We flipped them from what we had last week. So there is always that opportunity to approve the additional funds, and then we'll go forward with it.
So when this was brought to us, a proper RFD was not done? It was just calling out for money?
Yeah, so the budget hasn't been approved, so
No, I realize that.
we do not, it's illegal to go ask for quotes, like a full RFP process, if the budget hasn't been approved. That's bid shopping. So we were just putting feelers out to make sure, because of the fact that this came forward during budget deliberations, that we hadn't had time to fully vet it. So that was, yeah.
Thank you.
Mayor Gandam.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to see us go ahead with the census. A lot of our grants are based on per capita funding, and even as little as $100 per capita, with a 500-person increase is $50,000. I think it's well within our best interest to move forward on a census based on our funding based on that our funding is through per capita funding. Thank you.
Anything else? All right. Oh, Councillor Nielsen.
Through the chair to Sue. So Sue, when we talk about a federal census, the time frame for that is when?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, 2026.
Nothing beyond that in terms of January 2026, March 2026?
They usually start them in May.
In May, so almost 2 years before we'd have an updated number.
Correct.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a comment related to what Mayor Gandam said. It's not just the city that benefits from this. Other organizations like the library and FCSS funding also is determined by our population. And our population has increased, and I think that we're losing money. And if we wait 2 years, that will be at least 2 years, because the feds don't give us the results till at least a year after. This census would be completed in 2025. We would have the numbers in 2025. So then we would be able to move forward asking for the more money based on our increased population. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, or through me, that's weird, sorry, to administration, can you please jog my memory? This will be coming out of a reserve in which one?
Through the chair, through the chair to the chair. Yes, the census is getting funded from the Census and Election Reserve.
So part B of that question is then, was the concern with this being a municipal election year, plus we know we'll have a federal election, that we may be dipping too deep into that reserve if we go ahead with this census?
Through the chair to the chair, I'm just checking the balance in the reserve. Ultimately, if we do not have sufficient funds in the reserve to fund both the census and election, we would be coming back to council for more funding.
Or just a reallocation from a different reserve. Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Madam Chair, but we only pay for our municipal election. We don't pay for the federal or provincial election. And we were already budgeting for the municipal election. So I don't see what difference it makes if there's 3 elections or not.
And that's why I was just asking what the concern with the federal election, if it was a money concern.
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, it's we're competing for workers. It just creates a lot more work for us when there's another, whether it's provincial or federal election, and so that was part of the discussion around the staffing piece. But we can make it work if that's what council wants.
Further to that, Madam Chair, but there have been a number of people who have shown interest in working during the elections. I don't think we're going to have trouble getting people to work the elections. It may cause more staff time, but I don't think we're going to have trouble finding residents of Wetaskiwin to work at the election. Thank you.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, I'd like some clarity in terms of if this motion is defeated and the intent would be to do a census and there's not enough money in that respective budget or reserve, then where would the recommendation be for those funds to be coming from? Because we'd only have, to my knowledge, we'd only have the contingency reserve and the stabilization reserve.
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, we would ask for it to come from contingency, and it would simply just be a motion back to reallocate funds that are already approved.
Help me understand that, please.
So if you approve the motion today of an additional $30,000 to go towards the census, and we say it's coming out of the census reserve, if we do not have enough money between election and census, we would come back at some point in the future and say, could you approve this $30,000 to come out of the contingency reserve instead?
Thank you.
Any more questions? All right, to the motion, those in favor? Opposed? Will there be a second motion? Go ahead, Mayor Gandam.
Thank you. I'd move that we direct administration to do a 2025 census with funding coming from the election and census reserve. And then as administration had let us know, if there wasn't adequate funding there, they would come back for funding to allocate through contingency.
Thank you. Through the, I'm going to stop saying that. Sorry, I apologize. To administration, would you like the amount in there?
Through the chair to council, I think we're good with just getting the motion that
Okay.
we're going forward with it, and then, or actually you could just drop it because it is a business case that was part of budget. So if you approve budget, then the census is approved. Then we would come back at a separate date to say we need this much out of this reserve and this much out of the other. It does look like we won't have enough to do both this year, so we will be coming back with a separate motion anyways for just the funding allocation. So we could just, because this is in budget, we could just drop this.
Mayor Gandam.
I rescind my motion.
Thank you. I believe that we don't have any motions to vote on right now, so I would like to move forward to 10.2, which is the 2025 operating budget approval.
Good morning, Council. The 2025 operating budget. This RFD is to obtain Council's approval for the proposed 2025 operating budget. At the November 12, 2024 regular meeting of Council, Council tabled the approval of this budget till today's meeting. One second. Through the chair to Councillor Abley, the budget has to be untabled first before I can continue
apologize.
with my presentation.
I
Thank you.
apologize. Can somebody please untable the budget? Councillor Platts?
Move that we untable the 2025 operating budget.
Thank you. Those in favor? Carried. Please continue.
Thank you. Now that the budget is untabled, the city's operating budget enables administration to provide municipal services at council's approved level and supports the operations of external agencies such as the library, the Transit Coalition, FCSS, and other agencies. The proposed 2025 operating budget totals $50,319,488,000, and with an estimated tax increase of about 6%. Your agenda refers to $50,320,518. We have since gone in to amend the budget to remove revenues that were previously budgeted for the Memorial Arts Center. This therefore decreased the total revenue and increased slightly by 0.03% the amount to be funded from taxation. The expenses related to the Memorial Arts Center remain because it was a portion of allocation of a staff member's salary. That staff member stays with the organization, so the expenses did not go away, hence the slight increase to the tax rate and the total budget. So the total budget is $50,319,488. Thank you.
Tulu, can you restate that?
Okay. So 50,319,488.
Jess, can you put that up on the screen, please?
Just because that's a number that's different than what I'm reading. All right, I am looking for a motion, please. Oh, I apologize. Sorry, Mayor Gandam. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have the number in front of me, so the one that I'll leave it open. So Council approves the 2025 operating budget of $50,320,000 and
Sir, are you able to see the screen because the correct number is there now?
negative.
Okay. I will make an amendment to the amount to be $50,319,488.
50 million, not 50,000.
Huh?
50
Okay.
million, not 50,000.
It was $50,319,000. I don't even know numbers anymore.
No, that's fine. No amendment needed. I move that Council approve the 2025 operating budget of $50,319,488.
Thank you, sir. Any questions, comments? I will start with Councillor Billingsley and then follow with Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, including this is some reduction in expenses, including reducing some of the snowpack from 10 centimeters to 5 centimeters. From 5 centimeters to 10 centimeters. This year, currently we're at 10 centimeters, is that correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, this budget does not include that because it's an OBC. So once the budget gets approved, then the adjustments will be made, and we are currently working on the old policy.
Okay, so what I'm saying though, if we pass this $50 million, then the reduction of service then will be included in that?
The way that it works is once budget gets approved and all the OBCs are approved, we come back before you have to pass the tax rate and make sure that all the adjustments are done as per what's been approved. So something like a service level was not included in this number. So we will go back, look at it, see what potential savings there are going to be this year, because we've already done some snow removal under the old policy, and then we'll make sure that's adjusted before you approve the tax rate.
And that would be the same as far as street sweeping, all the things listed under that category then is level.
Only anything that's a service level.
Thank you.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, on the snow removal issue that Councillor Billings was just speaking of, is there not a snow removal reserve?
Through the chair, there is.
So if it's a reserve, how does it impact operating budget?
The reserve gets funded through the amount that council approves to get transferred there. So if we've, Toulouse just said that in the working paper that was included, but there will be a slight adjustment because we've already done snow removal this year that would be different. I don't imagine it would be a lot.
Okay.
So that reduction is included in this number Toulouse said.
That clarification then. So, what you stated earlier about coming back when we pass the budget is not the case, or, in other words, if we decide that today that we do not want to change from 5 to 10, does that increase by $67,000 the budget?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley. First question, yes, we will still be coming back because we have to before we pass the taxes, or you pass the tax rate. And correct, so Toulouse has it in there. If you change it back to a lower amount, then it would adjust the budget.
Okay, I'm going to follow-up question then. What is the reason why we do street sweeping? And where I'm going with this is that currently the level of service is twice a year. Why would we do it? What I'm trying to understand is why we would cut our service in half, and why this year? Why have we not done it previously, or why are we not continuing on with such service?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley. In the spring, we're cleaning up all the salt sand from the winter, and in the fall, we typically pick up the leaves. This was a service that was provided in the past, but when we brought this forward for budget deliberations, the argument is that homeowners are responsible to keep the catch basins clean in those areas, and we do have catch basin cleaning money that was approved in last year's budget. And when the snow hits and comes around, it actually picks up a bunch of the leaves. So while it's nice to have, it's not necessary. Whereas the spring one is more of a liability issue around making sure that that stuff is off of the roads.
So for clarification, I'm not in favor of reducing these services, but if it's not amended today, it certainly could be amended before the passing of the tax rate. Is that correct?
Correct.
So if this is not pulled, at what point would we move from 5 to 10?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, as soon as the budget's approved.
Then I'd like to make an amendment
Go ahead.
to pull the street sweeping reduction and both the snow removal and snow plowing from this year's budget expenses.
Pull from.
In other words, not reduce the service.
Go ahead, Sue.
Sorry, just a note through the chair to council, we would need to take a break to figure out what that would change the budget to if that goes through.
Okay, 15? I would like to call a 15-minute recess. Those in favor?
Point of order.
Yes, sir.
point of order, sorry. If we're going to discuss this, and can we see if it's going to pass before we take the time to figure out how much it's going to cost? Or is that part of the understanding for supporting the motion?
Councillor Nielsen?
I don't know if I'll support the motion or not until I find out what the dollar impact's going to be on the tax rate.
Didn't we go through that through our budget deliberation? Which is why we went to 10 centimeters as opposed to 5?
Perhaps.
To that, no, this is no, it goes back to street sweeping. Weren't we not also using utility funds for street sweeping? So we weren't actually cutting the service in half. The funds were coming from somewhere else. We also discussed that at budget deliberations. Sorry, that's to administration.
Yeah, through the chair to Mayor Gandam, it's for the catch basin cleaning, which is in transportation, not in utilities. So the roads and anything that goes to the catch basin is still with this department. The infrastructure that takes the stormwater away is part of the utility, but it's still handled by transportation.
During budget deliberations, we talked about, because it was the stormwater maintenance, that we wouldn't be cutting the service in half. It would be coming from that GL, from that department.
Yeah, it is a user fee and it is part of the utility, but the street sweeping part of it is still in transportation, even though it helps the catch basins. So the task is different from who benefits, I guess, from street sweeping?
Right. My understanding of that conversation during budget deliberations was that that's why it was going to be put towards utility and not transportation. So I'll stand down and we'll wait for the impact of the budget changing it back. But I stand by this was our budget deliberation and why council spent 2 days working on that.
Thank you. So back to the motion for a 15-minute recess. Those in favor? Carried. Now, perfect. Thank you, everybody. So I'll go first to administration and see if there was a number involved that our decision-making is potentially based on. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair to council, in the 2025 budget that you currently have, the cost of the reduction to street sweeping from twice to once per year, the cost saving was 15,000. For the snow removal from 5 centimeters to 10 centimeters, it was 57,000. And snow plowing from 5 centimeters to 10 centimeters is $10,000. Putting this back in the budget would increase the portion of the budget to be funded from taxes by $82,000. That's a tax rate impact of 0.43%. The total budget would be unchanged. However, the tax rate increase to fund the budget would go up by 0.43%. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Toulouse. So to the motion, any questions, comments? Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Actually, for clarification, through the chair to Toulouse, you had said that the budget amount won't change, but yet, so where did that $43,000 or $82,000, if the amount doesn't change?
So our total budget, because what we did, the base budget itself included all these service levels.
Right.
And then council, during deliberations, as a savings method to reduce the impact of the tax rate, these were the suggested changes. So it's the revenue side, the base budget that's impacted. So because you're going back to where we are, it's literally eliminating this $82,000 of revenue, and that now it has to come from taxes to fund it now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Bronco.
Question, you said snow removal 57,000
Through the chair to Councillor Branco, that's correct.
and snow plowing 10,000. Why are you two separate items when they're all part of one identity? You can't have plowing without snow removal.
Through the chair to Councillor Branco, I will let Kathy answer that. Thank you.
Through the chair to council, so the reason why we separate them is because, for example, it snowed over the weekend. We can go and plow it to the side and leave it. And when removal, we pull it from the side to the center and blow it into trucks and get rid of it. That's why they're two different items.
But then you're plowing it again to the center to haul it away.
Through the chair to council, that's how we do snow removal.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? So to the motion that council removes street sweeping and snow removal service reductions from the budget. Those in favor? Opposed? Defeated.
Defeated?
Sorry? Okay, we'll do that again because I didn't see the hands. Those in favor? I apologize. Defeated. Or, I am not trying to say that. I apologize. Those opposed? Carried. 2025 is going to be a great year. Sorry, Joe, I don't see you very well, so. And Councillor Blatz.
Thank you. I'm going to also be making an amendment to the budget. Mine is that I would like to remove the Treaty 6 gathering from the budget. When I attended the Assembly of First Nations Climate Conference, there was a mention in Calgary that a Treaty 1 to Treaty 11 gathering is going to be held in Setsuna next year, or this year. And they finally put out a save the date for it. It's going to be August 18th to 22nd. And that's going to be right on the Setsuna Nation. I see value in council going to this, and I don't think that it's appropriate to have two different treaty gatherings in the same year, because I don't want to take away from that gathering either, and so I would like to see it removed.
Thank you. Questions, comments? Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just through to Councillor Blatz. Excuse me. Will they be looking for funding from the 11 treaty communities, or are they going to fund it separately?
It sounded to me like they're funding it separately. This is something that is now going to become an annual event. And so they just put out a call to anybody that was attending the Assembly of First Nations conference. They said anybody is invited. They especially said that any municipal partners and all of that can feel free to come. So it's more like a conference style where you would pay for your admission into the conference, but they weren't asking for funding from anyone.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Nelson.
Just a reminder, the dollar value is 50 or 60?
It was 60.
Thank you.
Anything further? Okay, to the motion to remove the Treaty 6 gathering. Those in favor? Carried. Is there anything else? I think we're back now to approving a budget amount. Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. I had submitted some questions earlier as a result of looking at our budget here. Could I get the most current balance on both the sustainability reserve and the contingency reserves?
Through the chair to Councillor Nelson, they all allocated amounts right now for that's available in the contingency reserve is $728,037, and for the stability reserve, $890,958. I do want to also state that the budget, though not yet passed, proposes funding a portion of the tax rate increase of about $571,000 from the stabilization reserve. Thank you.
Again, the sustainability, I'm sorry, Toulouse, was 800?
The stabilization reserve is $890,958. Thank you.
And you've partially answered the question, but because do we have any operating business cases or any operational budget that will be covered by the contingency?
Through the chair to Councillor Nelson, we have $50,000 for the all amounts to be funded from contingency are in the base budget. Most of the operating business cases are funded from the stabilization reserve, not the contingency reserve.
Thank you. And since the 2024 surplus is the revenue generator for both of these two reserves, what is the forecasted surplus from the 2024 budget?
Through the chair to Councillor Nelson, it's very early to state what the surplus would be because we're still entering our December invoices, being that it's January 13th today. Those are still coming in, but we anticipate that our surplus could be around $600,000. This is an estimate.
Sure, and I appreciate that, and I understand that those numbers could change for sure. So through the chair to administration then, typically, how are the surpluses divided into those two reserves?
Through the chair to Councillor Nelson, we split them equally. The budget, my apologies, the reserve policies just states out that it's to be funded. It doesn't say what percentage of our surplus needs to. So in the past, we've funded them equally because none of it has reached its limit of what council anticipates that reserve to be at. So in order to fund both, we've split it equally. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else? For my clarification, the motion that's on the screen approves the 2025 operating budget as amended. Do we need to defeat the first one and bring forward a new? Go ahead.
No, the amendments become part of the motion.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So to the motion approving the 2025 operating budget as amended, those in favor? Opposed?
Budget?
The budget
As amended.
as
With all
amended.
the amendments. Okay. Yes.
You're in favor?
I'll do it just one more time so I'm clear, and I'll look at your hand. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay, on to 10.3, the updated corporate business plan for 2024-2025.
Good morning, Council. The corporate business plan update has been in front of Council a couple of times this year. We are focusing on 3 projects moving forward. The level of service and internal processes and procedures was previously accepted by Council, and then discussion continued with Council settling on the city website being the 3rd project for this year. So we are looking for approval for those 3 projects to be our main focus of the corporate business plan this year, being levels of service, internal procedures and processes, and the city website. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Looking for a motion? Councillor Blatz?
I move that council approve the updated corporate business plan.
Any discussion? Wonderful. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. We will move on to 10.4, the amendments to the whistleblower policy.
Sorry, Jess, can you put the revised motion up on there, please? In your packages, it says that you would accept the amendments, but we're just saying approves.
I believe we're getting a new motion.
No, sorry to clarify, the packages, we did update the motion as per discussion last week with the mayor when we were reviewing the agenda, and it says that we would approve it. But any of you that would have downloaded your packages last week, and if you haven't refreshed, it would have the old motion in there. So I just want to make sure that that motion
thank
that's
you.
showing on the screen right now is the motion that we're working with.
So the
just in
motion
case.
is to approve the amendments to the whistleblower policy.
Just to approve the whistleblower policy, because you've already discussed the amendments and previously approved those.
Okay, is that clear? Councillor Elliott.
I would move that council approves the whistleblowing policy CO-050 as presented.
Councillor Nielsen.
And I didn't update it, so I spent a fair amount of time comparing the 2 documents to find the amendments. But I have some concerns in the document itself. So through the chair to administration, if I may find it.
Go ahead, Sue.
Sorry, just to be clear, the only thing we amended was the actual motion. So any review that you did was based on previous amendments that you asked us. So Shelley can go through and do her report and highlight the discussion previously versus what's in front of you now, and it highlights all of the changes that you asked for. The only thing we changed since you got that package last week was the actual motion. So do you want Shelley to do her presentation first?
Sure.
Good morning, Council. We're pleased to present the whistleblowing policy, CO-050. There are amendments to that policy. We're asking for you to approve the policy as presented. It was previously presented to you in September 2024, on September 23rd, and again on November 12th. During a recent legal review, it was found that there were conflicts between the whistleblowing policy and some of Council's bylaws. So those conflicts were the pieces that were addressed within the amendments. The notes and change justification were provided in those two previous sessions with the amended policy for Council's review and input. Did you want me to go through a red line? Okay. Happy to take any questions.
Go ahead.
Number 2, definition of wrongdoing. There's a long list of situations that can be, allegations can be made. One of them was removing.
Sorry, is your mic on, Councillor Nielsen?
Now it is, thank you. Is the definition of wrongdoing, and substance abuse was removed. Could you remind me why that particular item was removed?
Yes, through the chair to Council. The reason why that item was removed from this list is because that is covered under our other directives, fit for duty being the primary one.
Could you clarify that a little bit for me, please?
Certainly. Administration has a directive called fit for duty. This provides direction and processes for when we have an individual, an employee within the city who may not be fit for duty for various reasons, and it ranges from alcohol or drug or even sleep fatigue. Sleep deprivation, I guess.
And so, in that other policy then, if I was an employee and I viewed a colleague in some term of impairment, psychological or physiological, you're saying there's a process that covers the reporting of that?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And I guess I question the policy statement 1.1. When it says that process for submitting and investigating whistleblowing allegations against members of administration, including the CAO, and yet throughout the policy, there's obvious mentions about how other employees can be involved in whistleblowing, and that's not stated within the policy statement. It says the policy statement is for allegations against administration and CAO, and yet we've got a number of procedures listed in here how staff proceed with making allegations against colleagues. And if I'm correct in that, then I think the policy statement needs an amendment. So for example, under 5.1 allegations, if an employee is uncertain of bringing an allegation forward,
Through the chair to Council, The whistleblowing policy provides for employees to make, if they had a concern about the CAO, to make those concerns through the whistleblowing hotline. That would provide them with the ability to do so. Those complaints would go to council if that were to occur.
Correct.
Yes.
If there is an allegation by a staff member against a CAO. What I'm saying is that there are provisions in this document, as I've read it and interpreted, that staff members or employees can make allegations against persons in the organization other than the CAO and administration.
Correct.
But that's not captured in the policy statement. So I'd like to make an amendment to the policy statement. And the amendment would be to change the terminology of members of administration to members of city staff.
Go ahead, Shelley.
If I could just make a suggestion, if we're doing an amendment, that it would be employees.
Okay.
Otherwise, we would need to create another definition.
Employees would be fine.
Okay.
Councillor Nielsen? No.
Anything else?
Have I misread this from your understanding then? Because I seem to have thrown a monkey wrench in here.
Through the chair to council, I think I understand what your concern is and what you're trying to do.
Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Nielsen, can I just read what I think you're saying?
Sure.
So I understand. So the policy statement 1.1 reads, the City of Wetaskiwin is committed to keeping with the highest standards of conduct and ethics. This policy provides a process for submitting and investigating whistleblowing allegations against members of administration and employees, including
No, against, how did you term it, Shelley? City employees.
Through the chair to council, I used the word employees because
Right.
the
Through
definition
city
is in
employees,
there.
including chief administrative officer. So I'm simply recommending that we change the allegations that are against members of administration and CAO, saying that allegations are against city employees and the CAO.
So you want to strike administration and including. I'm just making sure because this amendment here, to me, was just adding the word and employees.
To me, when you add allegations against city employees, it would suggest that it would include administration and the CAO.
That works because administration is not defined.
And I may be being pedantic, but then I would like the motion to say to strike members of administration.
As opposed to what?
If we just strike that, because still how I'm reading this is that we're adding to the sentence already. So it should read, the policy provides a process for submitting and investigating whistleblower allegations against city employees and the CAO. we're striking the rest, that sentence as
Yes,
it
that's what I
currently
said.
reads.
Yes.
Yeah. Excellent. Any questions, comments? Tyler, sorry, excuse me, Mayor
Thank-
Gandam.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I was maybe just clarifying what your question was. If we take out administration, have it as employees, there wasn't a definition for administration, only employees, which means persons, directors, or officers employed for wages or salary by the city. So that covers it if we strike administration and just have it as employees.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? To the amendment, those in favor? Carried unanimously. To the original motion, which is to accept the whistleblower policy. Anything further? Seeing none, those in favor? Those opposed? Carried. Good. Thank you. So we will be now moving into bylaws. So 12.1, council boards and committees. Looking for a motion? Oh. Councillor Nielsen?
Sure if I can find it now. Sorry. I move the City Council gives first reading to bylaw 2076-24.
Any questions, comments? Seeing none, those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
I move the City Council gives second reading to bylaw 2076-24.
Those in favor? Carried unanimously.
I move the City Council gives unanimous consent to go to third reading for bylaw 2076-24.
Those in favor? Carried unanimously.
And finally, I move that City Council gives third and final reading to bylaw 2076-24.
Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Go ahead, Sue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I feel like we're going out of order because I didn't do my presentation first, but I appreciate going through because we've spent a lot of time on this, but we do have the boards and committees assignment that still needs to be done. So we have a separate spreadsheet for the others that are not a part of this bylaw now, and then there are 3 that are still within the bylaw. So has council decided who will be appointed to each board or committee? So the 3 in here are, well, Agenda Review Committee is just the mayor and deputy mayor. The Finance and Audit Committee, we need 2 councillors assigned. And then the Regional Community Safety Wellbeing, we need 1 councillor. That forms part of the bylaw. And the schedule, which of course doesn't have to be included in the motion. And then the sheet that's up on the screen is the one for all of the other boards and committees that council wants to be a part of.
Go ahead,
Is
Councillor
it our
Nielsen.
organizational meeting?
No, because the bylaw, sorry, through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, the bylaw wasn't passed at the organizational meeting because we had the lawyer coming in.
Okay.
And so what you've done is carried forward until this bylaw gets approved. What we could do is do this over lunch and then come back. Because it's a schedule, it doesn't actually have to be a part of the motion, so we could do that over lunch or sometime today and then get that to administration before the end of the day, and then we can make sure that those are updated.
Is that the will of council? Okay, that is what we will do. Thank you. I apologize if I'm going too fast for you. Or for everybody. Things are somewhat making sense in my head. If we could move on to 12.2, the water and wastewater bylaw.
Through the chair to council, this is one that there's actually not a lot of discussion around. So council has looked at first and second reading, and this was to allow us to put the taxes onto, put the arrears accounts onto the tax roll now that homeowners are responsible for the bills, and we're just looking for third and final reading.
Thank you. Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. I move that council gives third and final reading to bylaw 2081-24.
Any questions or comments? Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration. Can I speak to Schedule A as part of that policy or bylaw? Terms and conditions, Part 3, utility accounts, 17.1, 17.4, and 17.5 speak to rental properties where the bill falls under the owner's responsibility to make application for an account. How do we know if a property is a rental, which may require a new account application? How do you know if the house next to mine is a rental or owned by occupant, or lived in by occupant?
That's a very good question. Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, other than the existing rental properties that we know of in the community, if anything changed, we wouldn't know unless the owner told us.
So with this, is there a potentiality, if there's such a word, of the problem we're experiencing continuing because we don't know it's a rental property?
No, so through the current changes that have happened, the owner is responsible, and we have almost all of them transferred over now. There's still some that aren't. We're working with them to make sure that rental agreements and that sort of stuff is aligning with the change. But it doesn't matter if it's a rental or not. For us, the owner is still responsible. If they request that we send it to the tenant, then that's fine. The only people that would care about whether it's a rental or not is AHS, because there's different rules around that. We don't care.
So if an owner, under 20.2, if an owner and account holder can request to have bills sent to the occupant, how do we ensure that the owner is aware that the occupant has not paid their bills?
The owner gets the bill every month.
As does the occupant?
Correct. If they've requested the occupant to get it. The bill always goes to the account holder.
Great.
And if they've asked for their tenant to get it, then there's a second person getting the bill as well.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bronco.
Thank you. To administration, if I own a house and I rent it out, and the renter goes and changes water bill, pays the $300 deposit, but the owner has already paid the $300 deposit, does the owner get a refund because you're charging twice? You know what I'm saying? If so,
Yeah.
I own a house, it's in my name, I put a $200 or $300 deposit, and the renter comes in, puts it in his name.
They can't.
Can't, okay, thank you. Just a question.
Anything else? To the motion for third and final reading, those in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously. 12.3, bylaw 2083-24. Welcome. How are you?
Mike's not on.
Thank you. Good morning. Today I'm here to present our recommendation that, yeah, sorry, I don't have the bylaw. I printed the wrong stuff. Thank you. Today I'm here to recommend that, to present bylaw 2083-24 for first reading. Planning and Development received an application to add group home as a use in the R2 low-density residential district in the Land Use Bylaw. Administration is recommending an amendment to the Land Use Bylaw to add limited group home and group home to R2 as discretionary uses. This amendment is consistent with the purpose of the R2 district, It applies a similar regulation to uses with similar land use impacts and is consistent with MDP policies supporting provision of diverse housing options. Group home is defined as a staffed residential care facility that is authorized, licensed, or certified by a public authority. This use class does not include foster homes, extended medical treatment services, such as alcohol or drug addiction treatment centers, or crime rehabilitation centers. The purpose of the R2 low-density residential district is to provide for low-density residential development. Group homes and limited group homes are compatible with this purpose. Both are residential uses that may be located in a variety of housing types, including single detached and semi-detached houses. Group homes and limited group homes are similar to certain residential accessory uses that are currently allowed in R2, notably day home operation and major home-based business. All of these uses are operated in homes and may be staffed by non-residents. They also have potential impacts on parking and traffic, which are mitigated through parking requirements and other specific use regulations set out in the Land Use Bylaw. All are or are proposed to be discretionary in the R2 district, allowing the development officer more leeway to refuse applications that are inconsistent with city policy and regulations, and requiring neighbors within 76 meters to be notified of the development and their right to appeal. MDP policy states that the city will promote diverse housing options, including specialized housing such as group homes, and that development regulations will support the provision of a mix of housing options for residents of diverse life stages, abilities, and income levels. Currently, group homes and limited group homes are only allowed in medium and high density residential districts and some non-residential and mixed use districts, even though most of these districts are not intended to provide the lower density housing types that are suitable for many group homes. This situation limits viable options for group home operators and may create barriers to this type of housing, even though anticipated land use impacts can be addressed through existing provisions in the Land Use Bylaw. So to sum up, the recommended amendment is consistent with the MDP. It brings the Land Use Bylaw into closer alignment with MDP policy directions and will result in more equitable regulations. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Start with a motion. Councillor Platts.
I move that council give first reading of bylaw 2083-24.
Are there any questions or comments? Councillor Nielsen, then Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. So we do currently have group homes in our community, correct? But you're saying that they are not located in R2 districts?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, that's correct. They are only currently allowed in residential mixed use, R3 medium density, R4 high density, downtown commercial, general commercial, downtown district, and the only place where they're permitted is urban services. And sorry, that's limited group homes. Group homes, the slightly larger version, are only permitted in R3, R4, and urban services. Sorry, not permitted, discretionary.
Thank you. And when we talk about, like a limited group home is 3 to 4 residents. So if you've got a care provider in the facility, is that included in the residential count?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, in group homes, the care providers are non-resident staff. So the residents refers to the people who live there and are receiving supervision or care, as opposed to a foster home where you have the residents of the home providing care to foster children, for example.
But do we not have limited group homes where the care provider lives on site with their clients?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, I'm not aware if that's the case. The definition is that there's a certain number of residents. I suppose in a case where one staff member did live in the home, that would count towards residents.
Okay.
Emily, I'm not sure if you... definition there. So I'll just read the definition. A group home is defined as a staffed residential care facility that is authorized, licensed, or certified by public authority to provide care and/or supervision to more than 4 and less than 9 residents, exclusive of staff. Sorry, that was the answer.
Exclusive of staff. So,
Yeah.
so exclusive staff would mean a limited group home could have up to 5 residents, and a group home could have up to 9 residents then.
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, yes.
Okay, thank you. And in the document under land use impacts, there's a statement here that, gotta find it here, all, and then in brackets, or proposed to be, close brackets, discretionary in the R2. What does that mean, or proposed to be?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, sorry if that was a little bit unclear wording. That's in reference to the description of day home operations and major home-based businesses currently are discretionary, and we are proposing the group homes and limited group homes also be discretionary.
Okay, thank you. Can this description of limited group home and group home be split, or is it all encompassing? So for example, could we have a motion to allow limited group homes into an R2, but not group homes?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, I believe that would require an amendment to the bylaw, to the
Amendment to the
amending
bylaw.
bylaw.
But my question is, does council have the authority to split those two group home types?
They are currently different uses, yes. They're two separate uses under the...
No, I understand that.
Yeah.
You're asking for both of these groups to be included in R2. And my question is, can we approve one but not the other? Or are they tied together through provincial policy or bylaw or whatever?
They are not. They are currently allowed in different sets of districts. So I think it would just require an amendment to this amending bylaw.
Can council create distances between these home groups? Similar to, we had conditions relative to how close together, say, for example, cannabis stores could be. The reason I ask the question is can you ensure that a single neighborhood isn't oversubscribed to group homes? Because in your earlier statement, it talks about people coming and going, parking, and all those other things. So is there a provision to create restrictions that would say group homes of up to 8 residents have to be 500 meters away from each other, kind of thing?
So the specific use regulations for group homes, the larger group home, does currently allow, say that a group home will not be permitted within 76 meters of a previously approved group home or limited group home. The limited group home use regulations do not specify that. So it is possible to put that into place.
Okay, but that's already in place, and I missed that, I'm sorry, on the group homes. And my last question is, can council restrict the types of settings or clients?
So
Let me help you out with that.
Yeah.
Years ago, long before you were ever born, there was an application that came forward for a rather large group home that was intended to house youth who were moved into confined settings through the courts. and it created quite a controversy within the neighborhood, and it created quite a controversy with the school board in terms of taking on an entirely different kind of clientele, which created greater hardships at the schools to provide services for. So I'm just wondering if there's any kind of ability to restrict group homes that serve a particular client base.
So I have sort of three-part answer for that. First would be, I would just note that our definition of group home currently excludes drug and criminal rehabilitation facilities. It explicitly excludes that in the definition. Second answer would be that because it's a discretionary use, I believe that the development officer does have some leeway to refuse a proposed development that is truly incompatible with the setting. Lastly, though, I would caution that, so in land use regulation, there's a principle of regulating the use, not the user, which says that we should not be regulating the type of people who are using the use. We should be regulating based on the sort of intrinsic impacts of the use, such as parking impacts, noise, those sorts of things. So defining the group home and regulating who can be living there or not is something we'd have to look at quite carefully, I think.
And my last question is directed to administration. When there was approval for, pardon me, through the budget process of a long-range plan, or one of the items or potential tasks assignment was a housing survey report, whatever. How does that tie into this request? We haven't done the report, but we now have the request for this housing. I have no idea how widespread or how big a demand there may be coming out of this. How do those two play off on each other?
Through the chair to administration, or to...
We're all just trying to get back into the swing of things.
We'll get through the day. Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen. One really doesn't have anything to do with the other. The housing needs assessment is around what our community needs as far as affordable housing and those sorts of things. The land use bylaw addresses people who have businesses or specific social uses that want to come in and open up in our community. So I do not believe, correct me if I'm wrong, planning and development, but I don't believe that there is a correlation between the two.
Thank you.
Excellent. So I have Councillors Elliott and then Bronco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just thank you for the presentation. Just a question. Does Catholic Social Services not have group homes in our community right now?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, I'm not familiar with the full list of who is operating currently.
Oh,
But
City
maybe
Manager.
someone else might.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Elliott, they have several.
And they're not all in R3 districts. Some of them are in R2 districts.
I have a closed session update for council on this whole topic later.
Okay, thank you. And to Councillor Nielsen about staffing, a lot of the staff that do work in these are on shift work.
Yeah.
So okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Bronco.
I don't know if it's one of those questions I should, but in our society today, we have a lot of homes. We have 3-4 families living together. Is that not considered a group home?
Through the chair to Councillor Branco, no, those would be multi-generational family. It would purely be a residential use if they live or rent in that home.
We don't have a limit on how many families, different, I would say different identity, not the same last name, or your uncle, your cousins who different names can live in your house. Is there any rules to that or regulation?
I don't believe so. Have you seen anything in our bylaw? Yeah, so again, that does relate to what I was speaking about before, which we can't regulate who can live where based on whether they're related or not, for example. So no, our land use bylaw does not regulate that.
to me, it's kind of weird now. Now you have a group home. If he's not, let's say you don't want to be a group home registered or anything, but you can bring 5, 6 kids or 10 kids or 10 families into that home and live in it. You don't have to rezone it.
The difference with the group home is that it's a licensed facility, so they do need a provincial licensing and they do need a business license. So it is just generally more regulated.
Yeah, so you have to have a license.
Yeah,
Thank
exactly.
you.
Anything else? Go ahead, sir.
Through the chair to administration. If this motion is passed, sorry, I'm trying to put thoughts into words here. You indicated you had an update. So what is the process by which this can be tabled to later in the meeting?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, you make the motion.
I would make that motion to table this following closed session.
Okay. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We will, thank you. And we're going to just slowly talk for a minute while Councillor Billingsley leaves the room. We are moving on to 12.4, which is the Memorial Cemetery Bylaw 2082-24.
Morning, Council. Do you like me to?
No.
Here today to request first reading the Memorial Cemetery Bylaw, which is a revision of Schedule B to match the Fees and Charges Bylaw 2073-24. So the Memorial Cemetery fees have already been approved in that bylaw, and this is just to ensure that fees are consistent.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Nielsen.
I move the City Council gives first reading to the Memorial Cemetery Bylaw 2082-24 as presented.
Any questions or comments? Excellent. Looking for approval of the motion. Those in favor? Carried. We are now, I believe, by my schedule, on to closed session, so I will look for a motion to go into closed session, please. Go ahead. Thank you. Wonderful. Can I please get a motion to come out of closed session?
So moved?
Those in favor? Thank you. I am going to call a lunch break. We will return at 1:15. Good afternoon. Welcome back from lunch. I believe we have something sitting in section 12.3.
Yes, we do.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair. I move that we lift from the table. I got to find the proper wording here. Sorry? Also read it is what you're saying. I'd like to lift bylaw 2083-24 from the table.
Thank you. Those in favor? Carried.
Tyler Gandam
Go
has
ahead,
something.
sir.
I move that City Council pass first reading of bylaw 2083-24.
Thank you, Councillor Nielsen. Any comments or questions?
Just that I won't support the motion at this time.
Okay. That's good. So on first reading of bylaw 2083-24, those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
No?
Yeah, it was 4-3.
Oh, Tyler voted?
Yeah.
I was in favor, yep.
Sorry.
Looking for someone to move for the public hearing, which would be February 10th.
There we go.
Or-
I move the council direct administration to schedule a public hearing for the recommended amendments to bylaw 1804-13 for February 10th, 2025 at 9 a.m.
Questions or comments? Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. We will be moving on to new business. I know we already have two items. Are there additional items to add to new business? Councillor Nielsen?
Yes, Madam Chairman, I have two items. The first item is WALA board rep. And the second one is council members' individual expense reporting.
Thank you. I also saw Councillor Billingsley. Sorry, I'm trying to write and speak. Councillor Billingsley, go ahead.
Thank you. I have two as well. First one would be work from home, and the second one is EDO, or earned days off.
Is there anybody else looking to add anything to the agenda? Okay, I will go to what I have in my scribbles is adding 15.3, the WALA board representative. Those in favor to adding it to the agenda? Carried. 15.4, council individual expense reporting. Those in favor of adding that to the agenda? Carried. 15.5, work from home. Those in favor of adding it to the agenda? Opposed? And 15.6, it's carried, excuse me. 15.6, earned days off. Those in favor of adding it to the agenda? Opposed? Carried. We will move along then with 15.1, which is the ICSC travel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking for council approval to travel to Whistler for the International Conference of Shopping Centers at the end of this month. Our economic development team has been working on setting up meetings with potential developers, as well as retail and commercial placers, site selectors, thanks. So yeah, happy to answer any of the questions. That would mean that I would be in and out of the council meeting on the 27th, working around some of the appointments and items that, appointments that our ECDEF team have already scheduled.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. I believe there's a motion on the floor, Councillor Elliott, or a motion on the screen.
Under recommended motions.
I move that City Council approve out-of-province travel, including per diems, travel, and hotel for Mayor Gandam to attend the 2025 International Council of Shopping Centres Conference in Whistler, BC.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott. Any questions to the motion? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. 15.2, the RMF Legal Conference.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Looking for council approval to attend this seminar. Couple of things that they're presenting on: homelessness, development, things that pertain to ongoing concerns in our community, and then gives us the opportunity to speak with lawyers and get some one-on-one with them without having to pay hundreds of dollars an hour for said advice. Sorry, I'm struggling really badly with a cold.
I think you sounded good. Thank you. There is a recommended motion on our screens. Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. I move that City Council approves the per diems and travel for Mayor Gandam to attend the 40th Annual Central Municipal Law Seminar in Edmonton on February 7th, 2025.
Any questions or comments? Go ahead.
Yeah. And maybe this might speak to Councillor Nielsen's next motion. I'm not sure why this even needs to come here. There are many different things that acting as councillors and or the mayor go to. This isn't out-of-province travel. There is no hotels. There is no special expenses. I'm not sure. I mean, I'll support it and do want him to go, but I don't know necessarily if we needed to approve him to go anyway.
Thank you. I have administration with a comment.
Thanks. Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, this is something that the mayor and I talked about in our one-on-one last week, and what happened was in one of the policies, I believe it's your per diem or remuneration and compensation policy, there was a sentence added in the last revision stating that if you wanted per diems, it had to be approved by council. And so I plan to bring that whole policy back to council for review and just basically say if you're within your budget, so long as it's not FCM and out of province, because those two are controlled, you should be allowed to manage your own budget. So that'll be coming back to council at a later date.
Perfect, thank you.
Anything else? Seeing none, to the motion, those in favor? Carried unanimously. We will move on now to 15.3. Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. The topic is the Walla Board rep. The city is committed to 2 reps being on the Wetaskiwin Area Lodge Authority. This board operation has tax implications for the city and city residents. I think it's imperative that we have both representative positions filled. And with only 8 or 9 months left till an election, I think it's prudent to have a second individual on that committee that has an understanding of the Walla Board operations. And as such, I move that council approves Councillor Joe Bronco to the Walla Board as he was sitting on the board previously.
Thank you. I'm just waiting for administration. Not. Go ahead, Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Branco. You have the time commitment to be able?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Unless I'm on holidays.
My question to Legislative Services is, would you like this as 1 or 2 motions? Because if we're going to add 2 people,
I'm already on it.
do we even need that as a motion now if we're assigning board positions later? Like, is it all we need is to?
Through the chair to council, so yeah, later today in P&T, we'll be going through the board appointments, and because it's a schedule to a bylaw, we don't need a council motion in order to do that. We just need council to agree. So we could do that as part of the P&T this afternoon.
Sure. I could do that. I would so withdraw the motion at this time.
Thank you. But you have the floor to continue with the council expense reporting.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The topic is reporting council members' individual expenses, and currently council members are, in my mind, compensated for two things. One is they're compensated for fulfilling required duties and activities. That would include the councillor's salary, per diems for required training or planning, and per diems for assigned committee work. Those are all tasks that are part of our job description. The other way councillors are compensated or reimbursed, perhaps, is through optional activities. And optional activities are personal, professional development or training, which would include conference or training registration, per diems, including travel accommodation, registration expenses, and so forth. Right now, these costs are all lumped together in a reporting process. So what it shows is against any one of our personal account lines, it shows how much I was compensated or reimbursed for doing both my required activities as well as any optional activities I engaged in. And I don't believe this is transparent reporting. I'd like to see a change in how we do that. So on that note, I move that council direct administration to ensure financial reporting of individual council members' expenses into two separate budget categories. One are the first one being expenses for required council activities. Oh, slow down. Sorry.
Go ahead.
So the first one being the required expenses, or the expenses for doing the required activities, and the second category being those expenses for optional activities.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen. So are you looking to tie dollars to this?
Not in this motion.
Okay, so you're just fact-finding?
No, I would like to ensure that when we report to the public understands that here's how much it cost for Wayne Nielsen to do the duties that he was assigned to do. And secondly to that, he attended 900 activities that were optional, personal development, training, and he spent $10 million.
Okay, and I guess you've kind of opened up some discussion, I guess, because what my concern is, what if you did spend 10 million? Where are the checks and balances so that you don't spend?
I have two other motions depending on what happens with this motion coming forward.
Thank you.
Yes, Sue.
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, optional activities is very broad. If we could have an agreement that that's the motion and maybe we bring something back to council at a future meeting to say, yes, this is what I want. Because I have a couple of different ideas on how we could break out those cost centers, but I need to take a look at the budget and what activities are actually going in.
So bear with me here, Sue. So in my mind, I get compensation through a salary. I am directed by my colleagues to attend mandatory training activities, planning activities, and so forth, which come as an expense through per diems and so on. And then lastly, I sit on assigned committees that my colleagues have assigned me to, and I may or may not receive per diems for sitting on those committees. To me, that's one lump sum of money that says, this is the cost of Wayne Nielsen doing business on behalf of the citizens of Wetaskiwin. Any other expenses that's associated with that would be expenses that I chose to engage in, which would be, I choose to go to FCM, I choose to go to Mirth Reynolds Law Conference, I choose to go to some kind of training session. Those are all optional activities.
You could choose to go to a board meeting or not.
Yeah, but there's regulations tied to that too.
Only 3 that were in the bylaw. The rest are all considered optional. I want to make sure that we're capturing it properly, so I think what we need to do is take it away, create what that budget GL will look like, and get buy-in from you all saying, yes, that's what we meant, separate these things out in this fashion. Because what I'm thinking is we could easily separate out, I don't know what I'm thinking. I just know that we need time to maybe look through what that is, and I don't want us to be tied to what optional is and then come back and say, that's not what I meant, right? So if the motion like this stands, that's good, but just know, give us time and we'll bring something back to council to get your buy-in on what exactly that looks like in the budget.
Sure, and I appreciate and recognize that need, and that's why in addressing Councillor Billingsley, I don't want to waste anyone's time here. If council is not interested in breaking out our required duty expenses from optional expenses, then it's a moot point. If they're interested in at least having reporting come out in that fashion, then there would be significant more work to be done. So I don't want to send the administration on a lengthy journey if my colleagues don't even agree with the principle of breaking those costs out into those 2 budget categories is worth anybody's time.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Rather than being optional, maybe they could be council-related activities. Because I'm thinking, okay, so I sit on the library board and the Yellowhead Regional Library Board. Now, are those related to the boards on which I sit, or are those council-related activity? And so I think we get into a whole gray area. When we fill out our council report sheets, we do put in what our expenses were. So I think that we're pretty transparent there that I went to Alberta Munis, and this is what it cost me to go to Alberta Munis. that's, anybody who's looking at those could see my exact expenses.
I'm not debating the exact expenses in the long haul, Councillor Elliott. For me, it's a matter of saying, were you required as part of your job to attend this activity and receive per diems and compensation for?
So,
Like we have directed today, we have directed Mayor Gandam, or approved Mayor Gandam, not directed, that he attend ICFC and the Reynolds law session. I'm making an assumption that attending ICSC, if that's the right terminology, is part of his role as the mayor. It would fall under, it's a required duty. Going to Mirth Reynolds is an optional, personal choice that he thinks he can benefit personally and professionally by attending that. Nobody has directed him to attend that. So it's not directly tied to his position as the mayor. It's a professional growth activity.
agreed, but he's also going to be bringing information back on homelessness, Bill 20, all of those things that were listed there,
Right.
which he's going to share with us and the community. So it's beneficial to the community, not just...
Yeah, no, it may be. I'm not debating that. I'm not debating that at all. But he hasn't been directed to on behalf of council or the citizens of this community, to attend this function.
Okay, so theoretically, then, we should just stay here?
No, not at all.
Yes, and attend related functions only and not take any optional ones?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all.
Because we're not being directed to go on any optional ones.
That's right, we aren't.
So then we shouldn't go.
No,
Councillor
you're
Billings.
making that assumption. I'm not making that assumption with my presentation, Bill.
Okay, that's what I'm hearing from you.
No, not at all.
Okay,
I believe people need to get professional development. I'm not questioning that.
Okay?
But what I'm questioning is, let's report it to the public in a transparent way. For me to attend a conference is not part of my assigned responsibilities as a counselor. That's all I'm saying.
Agreed.
I think they hashed it out.
we're okay.
I think so.
Anything else? I'm just going to, because you all know where my brain, and I need to think out loud for a question. I like the idea. I'm concerned about the wording because we even had this hash out, and that's where I'm not sure if I'm understanding that administration. A suggestion is vote on this, but where my fear is if I vote yes because I like the idea, because we haven't got the ins and outs yet, that's going to take yet another motion to approve what goes into, say, our bylaws or into something that way, because we don't know what is, my chair keeps moving, we don't know what is optional yet. That's my concern of voting on this as it's worded. Sue?
Through the chair to council, the other thing you could do is change the motion to include to report back by February 10th with a template of what that looks like. We could report back by, say, February 10th, and then give you a template of what that reporting GL structure would look like. And then you could approve it then. Right at the end for optional activities, you could just say, and report back to
And I
council
can
by
speak to
February
that
10th.
In relation to Councillor Elliott's and the chair's concern about optional, I'm quite open to whatever the wording is, and I think my intent was clear in the sense of splitting those things out. What we call them is, to me, immaterial. I would be prepared to withdraw this motion and to meet with administration, providing notice of motion that there'll be something else coming back in January 27th.
Thank you. If we could go to 15.5 now, please. Councillor Billingsley, the work from home.
Thank you. This is not easy, and so I will just kind of get to the point. When, I guess 4 years ago, unfortunately the pandemic had forced changes in the way that organizations deal with staff, whether they were working from home or coming into the office. Times have changed, and I think that it's now become to the time to bring staff back to work. Sorry, that's not right. Sorry, back to the office. They are certainly working from home. I also think that it is best for the organization to have staff working in the office full-time. And for that reason, that I move to the direct administration to have all city employees return to the office full-time effective February the 1st, 2025.
I'll just give administration time to put the motion on the screen. Mayor Gandam, if you'd like to go ahead while they're preparing that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question, I think, would be to Sue. Does council have the ability to direct city operatives outside of the city manager?
Through the chair to the mayor, I'm not sure. I had a quick chat with Shelley, and we would need a legal opinion.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make the motion to table until we get a legal opinion.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Those in favor of tabling this motion? Opposed? Carried.
Do we have a date for the tabling?
How long will it take to, I think it's tabled until it's untabled, or does there need to be a date returning?
We need a date. Excuse
me. Okay, Sue, how long would you need to get a legal opinion?
We should be able to report back at the next meeting, so long as we don't need a formal RFD. If we have to do the RFD work and the process and the timelines, then it would be the February 10th meeting. So if I can walk something on to the next meeting and council's okay with that, we could do it at the next meeting.
Okay, I will, sorry, so you're saying table until February 10th, and if you have information before that, we can add it to the agenda?
Sure, yep, that works.
Okay, motion would be to table until February 10th.
To the motion to table, those in favor? Opposed? So defeated. So I think I'm still just waiting for the first motion to come back on the screen.
Council did pass the
Oh,
motion.
so are we picking a new date? Yeah, so the motion to table
Was carried.
was carried. Can somebody please give me some direction into how I'm doing this legislatively proper, because it would be, do I need somebody to put a new motion up?
Through the chair to council, Mayor Gandam had mentioned this before, when it's been tabled, it just has to be brought back within the rules of the bylaw, so we could bring it back ourselves in the absence of a date. So that's what we would do if there is no date. If there's another date that council wants to consider, then they could make that.
Is there another date council would like to consider? Okay, the motion is tabled until till some unforeseen time. Councillor Billingsley, 15.6, which was the EDO. Mayor Gandam, is your hand up?
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
So, because of the last motion that was tabled, I was going to have a motion in regards to something very similar and for similar reasons of moving to direct administration to end the EDO Earned Days Off program effective February 15th, 2025. And I'm wondering if we need to have legal opinion on that as well. Is that fair to say?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, we could put them together and get the same opinion, yep.
So then maybe my motion should be to direct administration to investigate the legal opinion of the EDO program.
Sure.
Does that make more sense?
It does.
Thank you.
Is that everything that administration needs to hear? Perfect. Is there anything else from council before I amend today? Call adjournment.
It's the last motion.
I thought it was tabled.
No, my second motion of the EDO is
Oh.
administration for legal opinion.
I misunderstood that. Thank you. Councillor Billingsley, does that look like what you were thinking?
Not options, opinions. Because yes.
Excellent. To the motion, any questions or comments? Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Anything else that I'm missing? Thank you for a wonderful day, everybody. I call this meeting adjourned.